All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the finale of Case 3 of the Devil. Last time, Han's innocence was actually proven. I really thought it was her, but nope. It looks like it's gonna be this other police officer dude we barely saw, and also, we proved that Sosuke had nothing to do with the murders of the four Blue Blood members. So all that leaves is the main one here. The murder of the police officer. Let's go. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene.
Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like.
I'm going to have to call you on that. Whistle.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest no-Norca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the door and when we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted to the third floor. About a minute later I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Adonai, are you waiting for something, perhaps? Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. Oh, wow, it does that automatically for you. Quit that already! As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now, that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to do the same trick twice? Oh, it's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice in the same audience. Speaking of which... Oh, shit! It was him who had the thing. Oh, damn. So he was lying the whole time. Are you going to answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations.
Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty as sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check.
That having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something. You'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you mean?
It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons.
Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got a figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon.
So, is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blueblood Mafia?
Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information.
So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing? Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responds to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it.
Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact.
What? I see. The hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip the police department received last night. Oh, fuck.
I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes.
Oh my god, this is their updated autopsy report moment right here.
Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use the information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled.
But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away.
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself!
Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? Well, that's news to the court.
You know what I mean.
Your Honor, that tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of the members died. Wait, but then that wouldn't make sense with the order of events. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added, so there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. God damn it, fuck. Neither he or his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Hello, Mirage, welcome to the stream. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Let's see. Oh, it's got to be the gun, right? Let's see, because he knew about tank. The gun, what of it? Not just any gun, a Mag US, legally registered to Anchor 10. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. The report. Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Ah, there we go. That was the connection.
He wrote all of that in the report?
You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Freak's Pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box.
The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves?
For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an Orca bloodbath.
You wanted your gold stars!
You want to be first on the scene at the site of a blueblood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor. And losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot. And yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin are within that limited range at 9:45 p.m.? Yes. Obviously you do, or else they would never have received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court need consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene. Damn. Ah, this is a tough one. Ah. Whew. I'm gonna say no. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon? And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. Hell yeah, finally! We're asking for shit. What? What?
Can she do that?
I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Reyes's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m. Exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot for actually driving off to the scene? Ugh. Kind of a big ask for the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Hello Nagitona, welcome to the stream. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like the kid in the candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers? Ah, here we go! The transformation! I love it when they do this. He seems different. Hardly recognize him.
Agreed. But I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate.
Pardon? That's a first.
Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time.
No objections here.
Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Ankartan. He entered into both our receiver apps at the time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained. Now he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. I received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards blueblood territory. As he started to explain to me what we believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
Damn, they could have almost caught Morgan. Jeez. So you both knew that the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency. But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there.
Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an Orca gunfight without backup.
You could have had backup. Easily.
My partner had no desire to share our intel, or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer.
Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shut off the lock of a door and started stomping around inside, while separated from one another?
Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene, despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. It was exciting and I let him set the place. It's my deepest regret that he agreed with his request to split up.
First to arrive on the scene. We know that wasn't the case. A blueblood got there well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blueblood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blueblood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday.
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloodied knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Playing dumb? Wrong move.
But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already showed that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings.
If you say so.
The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. I think it's the medical records. Your client's medical data. He cut himself on his finger with that knife, trying to get out of his bindings. And how does that relate to Officer Rogers? He really should have offered him first aid, don't you think? Oh, god damn it. Fuck. Don't quit your day job. Or maybe you should. This is the best you can do as a criminal defense attorney. Can't get rid of me that easily. God dang it. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. and Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where'd you find it?
In the trash. Drum.
Down in the alley? Well then, some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some cyanist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point. We know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left the room all night, then someone else must have moved it. Zero points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out onto the fire escape and drop the knife down at the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers.
What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about?
That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's consistent and convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit and... I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics.
Well, obviously. Couldn't anyone manage that?
I mean, you're like a fucking cyber ninja. Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body. Individuals like yourself and me might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait. Hand-eye coordination. Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination is so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship of the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check. Are you talking about me?
She's talking about me, Your Honor.
Damn. Fuck.
And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just might just be for me personally. Such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible.
Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, the piss-poor aim that London mentioned. Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy?
It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today?
He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Ooh. Ah, ooh. Did he Shikamaru this? Huh. I wonder if he was like specifically aiming for that.
Good lord. You would have to be trying to...
If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. Damn. Wow. That's crazy.
But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive?
To maintain that cover, and also to frame you. That's the story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke's got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he'd let us to believe, why wouldn't he just have shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor? I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation.
I apprehended a murder suspect. Yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I use unreasonable force.
If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all. But I imagine things happening fairly fast. Is it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you?
It may have. I can't say that I would necessarily notice something cluttering on the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp.
Perhaps, Your Honor. The witness also testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections. Then let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber.
I'm not a machine. Or a robber.
Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine.
What kind of joke is that? When that blueblood fled down the fire escape in the alley, I poked my head out the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck. So before I knew it was like,
God damn, it's too fast.
Turned over to me with dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it.
I know which one it was, but damn, this one was going quite quickly. Despite his changes in posture, He's still telling the same story. Yes, he hasn't changed his tone. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. It's the sword. Oh, dang it! That was uncalled for. I'm the one who doles out all the burns. Overruled. Fuck. I really thought it was the sword. One of the conviction in Roger's account of what the evidence shows us. Let me check the medical records. Let's see. Oh, god damn it. Let me just make sure, check the medical records. Let's see. Numerous bones and hands, slit laceration. Others blood. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. Oh, it's this one. Oh, no. Yep, he fucked up. Yep, it's the medical records. Yep. There we go. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers. But that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead, when it was the back of his head that was injured?
What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body.
An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of his head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato was still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt.
To get my head checked?
That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull.
She's not wrong. I still remember every ache.
It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing. But still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, none of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's injuries, they must have healed us this morning. Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense flying in X-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines. Or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and then the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers. Peepers? Yeah, he got the other one after he was brought in. Officer Rogers claimed that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward.
And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast.
Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind?
Yeah, maybe.
Took him by surprise? When he was no threat to you?
What? No!
Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario.
No. He was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me!
True.
I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time Sosuke Ikaria was bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you'd want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. Yes, I was thinking about that. What are you talking about?
Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one.
What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke in his crown.
As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bondings first and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping as quiet as he went. There must have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room here. No, that doesn't work because they would see them when he would see him when he opened the door. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here, in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. So there's word left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Akari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You said I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke. And that I then, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him.
You... It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. Han! Yeah. We know that because Han. And the truth of this case becomes crystal clear. Oh, there's no misunderstanding on my part. And I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrive, you must have immediately... taken the lead. Yeah, he went first. You were the one who took point, not your partner.
Excuse me?
Chopin shot up in the lock, sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him, while he covered you.
What?
You already told us you want to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked. And Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead.
I told you. I testified.
So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting for to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out of the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted that someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the window behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So, since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor.
This blue blood rat of yours just misheard. Or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this.
Yes, there is, officer. Damn. Holy shit. Jeez. That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the writing documents that were found when the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it. Proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down to the fire escape and into the second floor.
That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print.
My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting.
And maybe Chopin.
If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Gah! Counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. Oh, you're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact...
None of this shit matters! This lawyer is trying to accuse me of killing my partner. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that?
Depends.
What?
Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume?
What's it to you?
Single bedroom.
Yeah, whatever.
Not great.
Excuse me?
And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled rich stick in the mud. Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, you know, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy's had a big stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that redding. Damn! So it does all come back to that. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him. And then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd had plastered all over town.
You're crazy. That's not possible!
Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing?
Yes.
How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley?
More than 2 minutes. Less than 3.
You had a chance to start looking the room over.
Yes.
And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described?
No. Nothing of the sort.
Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner. Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left down on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Open.
A damn good question, Your Honor.
Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. He's a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So was he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No. Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd have just tucked them into his jacket. The papers were in plain view. Were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? Didn't she just sprue them across the floor? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were just nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. But before I left, I reorganized things. Trying to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo, Counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how does his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out.
You've gotta be. What the hell are you talking about?
What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Is it the Cyanus logo? Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of an orc of violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? Damn, this stuff. Huh. Is it the sword? Let's check. Damn it. You're saying the katana drew Chopin's attention? Isn't that perfectly natural? All men think katanas are cool. That may be true. It is. But wouldn't explain how Chopin discovered... Ah, god damn it. Fuck berries. You think the knife caught his attention? Or his nose? It is charred pretty badly. God damn it. Right you are. And wrong you... God damn it. And wrong you remain. Wasn't the knife what... Is it the sound system? God damn it. Ah, fuck berries. Oh, the dark card, because he's rich. He would obviously, god damn it, he would notice that. But he would... Obviously. Oh, fuck! When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Krieg's datapad resting on top of some papers. Oh no, this was correct. Woo! The music didn't stop right away. You think the writing documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them. That's only half an answer. And then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card. Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to your eye. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, this speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And the datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened to be...
Hey. Seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card?
Oh, that... Yeah. He just flubbed himself. He could have pretended he knew. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assume you're being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing it first. Sounds about right.
Oh, he really hated him.
Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules. Just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into.
Hello, twat. Welcome to the stream.
It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one will try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. Just bad with debt. Can never seem to get rid of this stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene.
You mean...
Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was even there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue-blood punks. And that Tariq Chopin died a hero, trying to save the day. Right.
Hardenai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see. The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury... ID, Your Honor! The jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad.
So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, and maybe the jury sees things our way.
But there are no guarantees. After all that, it just... comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape with that scrap of paper. Which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Reading documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Putting that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence, tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon! What? They'll never go all in unless you think the hand is crap. Oh, this is so cool! Put on a show! Oh my god! His prints were on the pistol used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you... No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Oh, that is so cool! Now that you mention it, yes. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? Oh my god! Oh, this is so cool! That's right, the bat! This is so fucking meta! Oh my god! Wow! Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? baseball pat used on Trey. Forensics failed to put a single print on that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The mag US that was used to kill tanks at Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints of that gun belong to Sosuke and Kadia. Oh. Sorry. I guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid. What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life.
Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lair would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it!
Yes! Furio Tigre! Woo! My mistake. I can see here that, and he wasn't around for the testimony. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. Ew. Oh, dear. Incredible.
What? What? What is it?
Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner?
What?
Confused. So were these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife, and the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that?
There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor...
Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue-blood witness.
You... fearsome blue-blood rat. You crazy harpy! Trying to trick me at the last second! You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not! She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor! Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife!
So that's your plan.
Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you?
It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with.
Say something already! Just say it!
But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along. Where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer.
Say it! Say that you...
Shut up!
What?
Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you?
But...
Hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're gonna rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession.
He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We can put him away.
They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
But... he's a murderer.
Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. New abilities assassinating each other. Let it ride keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in lower wards. Let them sort it out, keeps the numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important.
Hi.
Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not going to twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him.
You sadistic bitch!
He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blueblood distress signal when you arrested Tex. But your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So, the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shut open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made enough of an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor and proceeded to the 3rd on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed toward the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity, right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought. You were taking the knife from Sosuke. Hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew that once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good.
That's all. That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Icaria is standing right there next to you. But the Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him, right in front of all of us.
No, they didn't.
Excuse me?
I have it on very good authority that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated.
Oh, I'm sure.
So considering where the shooter was, and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at, well, would be, well... you.
What the hell are you talking about?
Damn. Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blueblood to come after you. And the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire.
You're...
Blue's coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss. So tell me, you feeling lucky? Well...
You...
Any questions?
You and this DA... You're...
Officer?
You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds!
Damn! This game is fucking incredible, y'all. Seriously. Do you work for the Bluebloods?
Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhood that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set a foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good and looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test courts sucked. Aptitude sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Bluebloods would not out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force.
Tariq Chopin.
We were perfectly matched in a way.
Damn, buddy cop gone wrong. Holy shit.
I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dads. We ran around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security?
Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke.
There are worse things to be.
You think I don't know that? You think I give a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? The teens were throwing soda cans at our car. Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile. Stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked in the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building...
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the boss would hang out back when I was a kid. Where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or the pod in my life until we stopped on Cortan. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the blood bath in that room. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me, I ain't no hound of Icadia. And I don't think even he could have done that either.
Damn, power scaling Morgan here. I wonder how strong she actually is. And now she got the no mask, she's even more powerful.
Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him. Followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blueblood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about.
Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492.
Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492. Even not-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited, too. All he could see was forward, barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything, if that matters. If you care. I was moving slowly, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while.
If it wasn't for that dark cart being there. You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Laughed at him?
Shouldn't have lied to him.
Damn. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean?
Oh, what does that mean?
They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. Yeah, the motives are really compelling. They really are. It makes me really wonder where this game is going to go in the end. Like, is Morgan going to prove herself guilty? To do something like, I wonder if like that's going to be the end game. like, to do something else, to make some kind of difference in something, Morgan is going to prove herself guilty in some way. That's a theory I have anyway. It might be like a good end, bad end type thing. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide. We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pot.
Miller's blood, having already been on the knife used to get free in the first place, was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out like a walking corpse.
But
the way the state sees it. Their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed. This court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Ricardia, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days. How is that leaving you so shocked?
I'm not shocked. I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my...
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you want to say? Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent. No, that sounds dumb. I wonder, is that what they do in, what you call it, the, arcane attorney? I wonder if that's what they say in Arcane Attorney. 4:56 p.m. State Building, floor 48. For sure, Nagitona. Yeah. So, how do you plan on celebrating? Audrey, we won in case you two somehow missed it. I was thinking that. All Roger was cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. I was thinking that. Oh, I know the big O. I absolutely know the big O. I was like... I was thinking that, but like, I thought it was a bit too different. Because I remember it was cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. And of course, if you're a bad guy, if you board the thing, it'll say ye guilty. But I thought it was different enough that it might have been a reference to something else. Big O in action! Oh my god. I'm so pissed that we never got the 3rd season. So it's on an eternal cliffhanger of we have no idea what the fuck's going on. Ah, that show. I haven't thought about that in forever. Man. Fuck berries. And one so definitively that the police and even the bluebloods can't hold a grudge.
Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand,
and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors.
And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknown.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand. Ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear.
I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Bluebloods can try whatever they like. They can find me standing where I've always stood, protecting my family.
Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke!
Young master! Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment.
Very well. 108 years of manual labor!
Oh,
Yes, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number.
100 and... Of course, young master.
You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that elders ask you to do.
he wants to keep him out of danger.
Even delivering messages.
Aye.
It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it?
As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside the motorcade and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation.
The chairman is here. He came here.
Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is Councillor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though he's leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled.
It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early.
That sounds very wise. Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting?
Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor.
Yes, feel free to. Take Sarah with you.
Pardon?
If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it.
Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll find a corner in which to lift up my shirt.
Un instant.
Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied. Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. Yeah, how does she know her? It's easy to see, looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. Does she know that she took the no mask? Does she know who Morgan is? I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should in the future avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Oh. Oh, is she on the board? Oh, wow. Oh, damn. Noble's board of directors? You were... Not among them myself. But when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. That was a super, super high-profile case. Makes sense that eyes would be on her after that. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind the love to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. Damn. Holy shit. Some Mion stuff. Oh my god. Some Shion, I should say. Oh my god. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has the cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power. Don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto is such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose it's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but seems to be hereditary. Holy schnapps! Wow! What the fraps? Oh my god, they had the freaking childhood friend secret romance here. Oh my god. Makoto, freaking anime protagonist here. Like, the heir to both blood. Oh my god. Holy shit, wow. Does Makoto know Sosuke is his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. The story is incredible. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Holy shit! Oh my god, so it was actually right when I said fucking Makoto was the chosen one! Oh my god! Wow! Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty, as they married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, his worth... I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health, he has his mother, and his father will always be close by. Every moment we shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blueblood fortune... that's also why. That's also why. It's not just loyalty. When he said loyalty to his family, it wasn't just... It was definitely way more for Makoto. And Mirei. Oh my god. Holy shit! This fucking game, man! Jesus Louises Greases! And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blueblood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do someday. Damn. A humble rich person. That is a rare duck. I guess she truly does value her own family more than riches. They all do. Damn. Oh, man. Let's get back to something I fully understand, then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated assuming he has a pulse. And whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seemed to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you want to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. Huh. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikadia walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. Yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted on Creek's place before and after the killings. I knew it would come back to this. Figures in red? That's right. The Rust. Right. The Rust, of course. I don't like the timing. But it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4. And it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the rust for it, where's your head at all? Whoever killed Creekspaw did it with such unhinged brutality. And yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterward. Yes. Tanks and Creek were both shot from very close range and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession? I'm jealous. Damn it! Oh, she was so close. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know? Feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take the call. See you around, Morgan. Yes, see you around. Just don't go telling anyone that it was a win. I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that.
Okay, Morgan. I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so...
Someday you could buy me a goddamn drink.
Pardon?
You can start your 108th sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to get through before then, and I don't want to do it sober.
Oh, you're serious?
Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi.
I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar.
Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Icaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use.
I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well. But first I must inform Lady Mira and the young master.
Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No. No, I didn't do anything.
I see. And perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it.
Oh my god, it's such a good game.
It's been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem, she had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. Here we go, that's school story. The gathering resigned themselves to a continuation. At 3:45, by the time this girl is able to excuse herself, she has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. Smart thing to do would be go back up and get it. 3:49. At 3:51, she's jogging. A non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She's never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she's never been the one to text second. She's only had one number in her phone's contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she paused to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where did you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew, Ev. What are you... I thought you had a family thing. What happened to her leg? Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who are all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and... people started signing up. Forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me get you my coat. Screw it, I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know, I don't think I've seen her before. Oh, red is the NPC and gray is Morgan. Oh, I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Oh, goddammit. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. What the fuck happened? God damn it. 5:44 p.m. Bar Kintsugi.
And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you.
I have to check something real quick. I'll be right back. Same Nakitona. Yeah, okay, I'm glad it's not just me that's a bit confused about the flashbacks.
Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, that was Sosuke.
Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. With all staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like.
Right. Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them.
I might just do that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit. I knew I should have gone with the digital menus.
Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given? Or just part of the mantle you chose to take up?
No. I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from. Or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose.
Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy?
I never...
Who told you Mirai?
Who told you Mirai was the heir when we were...
It's a miracle you didn't break under torture. You know that? The Hound of Icaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid.
Jokingly. Lovingly. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about it. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction...
Oh wait, no, wait, that was Morgan. God damn it. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about... Redacted. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. Just me sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. Redacted, yeah, redacted is probably love. I'm guessing that too. Yeah. How can you tell?
Hmm?
That they called you that lovingly.
I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer.
Is he saying with love it cannot be seen? Are you saying that? Is that what you're saying, Sosuke? Without love it cannot be seen? Hi, jeez!
And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you.
For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. Yeah, I really did think that Morgan was the quiet girl. I really did think that. But even so, I refuse to sit around at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray. Damn. This game is insane. You know, it fully makes sense and completely understandable why the episodic release is staggered the way it is. It looks like they're getting one case per year or something like that. Featuring music made by Lena Raine. Oh my god. Yeah, those are the Pursuit themes. That was incredible. Oh my god. Really, really fantastic. Episode 2, his due, Finn. Oh! Full House of Nobility. Seriously. Yeah, the cases are incredible. Look at his family picture. That is so cute. Oh, here's preview for the next case. I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The Rust gave me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go. Oh, and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small. And the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. Oh, it's that little kid! I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rust would give me new shoes for. I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You wouldn't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. Oh, this is the hunter. Oh, this is the huntsman. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. Oh, shit. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What'd you lose? My face. Yep. I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face. But she was all red. Red hair. What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in episode 3, quoting scripture. Congratulations! You finished episode 2 with 207 credit. Alright. There we go. Oh, there's no interviews for this chapter. Oh, but there's bonus scenarios. I see. I see. It's in bonus scenarios. I see. Oh, there's pages. Deleted call or received call. Alright, so there's no interview for this chapter. Right? I didn't miss anything, right? Let's go survey household. Why rubbing alcohol specifically? Oh, they're just called something else, I see. Nostalgia. Reminds me of my day spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles. You did that for Makoto? No. Some other boy was always overexerting himself. Ah. I like the smell of blood for the same reason. Oh. An antiseptic. And scalpels.
That boy was always so hardy. He made for the perfect test subject. Test subject? I still think about finishing my medical degree. Sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did. Oh, what hobby is that? Poison making.
Oh, God.
What's with that reaction? You made it sound very intimidating just now.
Oh, my God. Oh, now I know who she's oh, my God. She's totally modeled after the girl that Furio Tigre was with. Oh, wow. Viola. Oh, my God. And she's also a daughter of a mafia, too.
Oh, I was just trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they'll think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, I'm going to try and sell them candles.
Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know. I make countless immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and Ozymandias. And that red woman just stares at me as I'm going quoting comic books at her.
Comic books can be good too.
Comics are for children. Are you a child?
What about graphic novels?
What is a graphic novel?
One Piece, for example.
Ah, One Piece.
Oh, One Piece. Who's your favorite?
Why lists King Arthur alongside those other historical figures?
Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands as a united, divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism.
He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons.
I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say?
Very much so.
The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own.
That's quite impressive.
The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times, but I was reading a version with handwritten annotations, so I managed just fine.
There was writing in the margins, like a hand-me-down.
Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better.
Was it given to you by an older family member?
Yes, but it was not handed down to me, you see.
Oh.
And I went on to annotate it further myself, so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you?
You've got until I finish smoking this, or I get bored.
Very well.
And I get bored first.
Oh. Well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics.
And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. An overwhelming, trampling victory. Best kind there is.
I can imagine.
Oh, you done any wrestling, any MMA yourself, little copper?
I didn't know that.
Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build.
Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared?
Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They are a pure expression of noble competitive spirit.
Huh?
That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge.
Oh, well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing else that needs to be said.
I agree.
So what'll it be? Arm wrestling, sumo, chess boxing?
Why not all three?
Good, very good, you little... Sir, what is it? Can't you see I'm in the middle of... Well, what is it?
The VTOL needs to leave now as if we're to be on time, sir.
Here's a quote then for your little survey, copper. Success can be a prison, but even in a cell who man has mastered himself remains a lord.
I'm not sure I understand that one.
What the hell? Mako-chan said it made perfect sense. And then you engage.
I see.
So you need me to stand here and film you two because... Why?
Because Sosuke is teaching me how to do a 1-inch punch, and I need to record it from a distance in order to practice it later.
Why?
Because she asked me very...
Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want?
No, why do you need to know this, Sarah?
Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch. Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent, and deliver maximum force to a critical weak point, even in the tightest of close-quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double...
Yes! 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 That's what I'm fucking talking about! Doo-doo.
What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is like to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan.
Fuck yes!
And that's not incorrect.
Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics.
Adonai?
And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty.
Hey.
When performed by the same person,
Hey!
all else being equal,
Stop!
a 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one. Oh my god, she said it in red.
That can't be true.
You... Why would you?
Am I wrong?
You didn't have to say it like that. There was no need for you to say it like that in red.
How am I the bad guy here?
The fact that you could even say that is...
Oh, for... It's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right? Oh my god! Somebody in these deep cut fucking Umi Neko! I love it! Yes! I was 1,000,000,000% right to give her the Beatrice voice. Oh my god.
That is true.
See? Perfecto Chemi. Oh my god. I have to do something really quick. I'll be back in maybe 40 minutes to finish the rest of them. Oh my god, you guys. Yeah, I'll be back in like 40 minutes to do the rest of them. Oh my god, yeah, we'll finish it in so I'll take a little break. Oh my god, you guys. I am so sorry. That was a very long break. A lot of stuff just kind of piled up. For those of you who are still here, and for those who will be watching the VOD, let's do these last few interviews. Throwing out flowers? It always depresses me. Actually putting them in the bin. So they end up just withering away around my place. I might have some kind of record for number of flowers killed at this point.
Why do you buy so many flowers?
I don't buy them, I get sent them. And chocolates, and wine, and lockets of hair. Sometimes all mixed together. How do these people even know where to... Mama? What? Oh my god! I gave them the same accent, totally by coincidence! You give anybody my address?
Hey, what kind of question is that?
How did they get my address then?
Maybe if you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards, it wouldn't be so easy to goddamn find.
So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stopped? Not very forward of you, Mama.
Forward? You think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When it was my age, we'd...
He's gonna go on for a while. If you need to say better or date or whatever.
So this is where you previously worked?
Yeah, I was what they call #1 gal.
And that involved people buying you lots of drinks?
Selling dreams, baby.
That sounds like a very nice way to make a living.
Nah, it's pretty mean.
What are you doing here anyway, gloating? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea.
Oh, come on, Mama. I'm just sitting here.
And the crowd's already gathering.
My bad.
Would you ever consider making a return?
No, I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps.
Keep it up and I'll hand you 'em up.
But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there, and there's no footholds. Either you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Plus, working in security, I got paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling.
Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership?
I'm pretty high.
But she also works here as a...
Manager?
So does she need to?
We're not as rich as the Akari or insane as the Rust. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included.
I see. But even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her
Age? I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Bluebloods, you know. And the pictures of her I seen, the vibe I get, I think she was kind of a trophy wife.
Oh,
Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under.
Hell are you whispering over there?
Not whispering anything, Mama! Your hair just gone to shit.
He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if she went to the hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Of course, as it turns out, that was the least of our worries that night.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, so she's also related to Sosuke.
Oh, wow. I could pass a message to him if you'd like.
How would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. He's not taking the bait.
I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment.
Fat chance. We don't share any blood. We'd never met, and if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink.
I think that Sosuke would blink.
Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if we wanted to be family... forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the town around here devolves back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. He stole my deodorant.
No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim.
Thanks. I know. But you still got to pay for a full hour's worth of that boo.
Would Adonai be upset if I put it under her name?
Yes. All right, time for a recovered session. All right. Oh, it's the blue bloods.
All right, it's recording.
Thanks, do you have to record this? Oh,
Alright, it's recording. If I don't record it, Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week.
Guilty as charged.
do you have the video recorded?
It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it, so it's just audio.
What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again?
Are they flickering?
Nah. But you're staring a hole in the wall.
Oh, I was just thinking, like, are we cyberpunk?
I think we qualify, yeah. We can go get you some felonies if you're feeling,
No, I mean, like, culturally. Is this, cyberpunk?
What do you mean? Just dice and paper? Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think?
Yeah, but, we could do, like, cards or something, too. You think playing Go Fish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but like a tabletop RPG?
That's what you're on about? I'll be real. You're some dumb as shit right now, man.
Huh?
There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG. Like, literally.
He's got a point. Learn your history, Trey.
Now pay attention. As you approach the town's walls, swords clanging against shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapet's a stern, horned woman. Her long, proud hair, slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow, spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you.
She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements.
We kinda are. We got charged from the dukedom to protect his people, and the Horn guys are all foreigners.
Can't we ignore that?
If I break an oath, my build is screwed! He's a paladin.
Oh,
I have a telekinesis, right?
you gonna toss her off the wall?
What? No, talk to her. What's the spell?
You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking.
Right, okay, I use telepathy.
Roll the dice.
I got a 14.
Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war.
Ah, shit. There's a Hornling village, and she's under attack.
Tough luck. You got an oath.
Yeah, but if no ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed!
Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside?
The woman is injured but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She is seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can she hear me? Yeah. Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19. Every time. Oh, how do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival. Betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you.
Greek, do you have different dice than the rest of us?
What do we even come here for again? Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you toward the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth, the never dying. Okay, persuasion. Ask the lady where Elsbeth's tomb is. 20.
That's not even...
Well, she's at first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic. Your clever wording subtly hints at the idea that Elspeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off her village's raiders for good. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elspeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would tell us that she'd rise up from under the town church if we didn't do our chores.
Okay, so the dungeon's in the church.
But of course the church is locked down and full of our women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We never risk their safety by opening the church doors while the battle yet rages.
Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right?
Come on, you always do this.
Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles and then we get beat up for 15 turns. I come back to revive you, don't I?
He's a cleric.
I don't think you've even lost HP yet. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict.
Avoiding all the scenarios I set up too.
Alright, I'll throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Seriously?
The knife hits him right in his eye and he dies instantly. Dropping the keg of burn jelly was rushing towards the nearest fortification.
Wait, that's me. That's my guy right now. He dropped a bomb? I have 3 charges of valorous interception. I can shield you. Says the Hornlings in this village are legal citizens. I thought they were foreign to this land. This village is lorded over by vampires, though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How's that work? Why is the Duke cool with vampires?
It's all legal. The Hornlings just play blood tax instead of gold for their lord's protection.
So they got vampires here, too.
Can we go in the castle and kill the vampire lords? I mean, you can do whatever. The vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'll be committing a crime.
Is your build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller? I think it's like the right thing to do. It doesn't break any oaths.
So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do?
Kinda subjective.
Oof. Now what you want to hear from your good guy.
Well, I'm not a good guy. I'm only playing as one. So, Tanks, if we charge the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Come on.
Look, it's a castle. There'll be defenses and shit, yeah.
I'm game.
Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords.
After the fight we just went through?
We just rested.
Yeah, but you did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all your luck.
I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Thanks, Creek. But also, you're literally out of change of fortune charges.
We just rested. It was a short rest, though.
Damn. Reality's cruel.
File corrupted. Playback terminated. He used up all his luck on D&D. Oh my god. Alright. Last two. Deleted call and received call. Sighting. Witness statement. Anonymous report. Emergency call from a burner. What is all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right?
What do you mean?
All this new info coming in surrounding Creek's pod. And all of it pointing towards the rust for some reason.
You don't buy it?
Of course I don't buy it.
So do you think the Academy are trying to point fingers at the rust? After Sosuke's been proven innocent?
Well, no. That doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something.
If the bluebloods are the victims, you eliminate the Academy, that just leaves the rust. Why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves?
I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues.
True. But finding that someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. And we got our own hands full.
With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to heartbreak?
Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine.
Ugh. Ooh, there's a convention. Huh.
Grin and bear it. Any error out of place in the private sector will.
Phone call?
Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me?
No, it's fine. I need some air anyway.
Hello?
Whoa, hey, wasn't sure you'd pick up. Who is this?
Why wouldn't I pick up for my, adorable nephew?
What is this? Am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names?
No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line?
It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch.
I don't,
Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? Used to be good at them.
Who is this?
Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously.
Only way to live.
I hope you don't mean that.
Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you.
What, call me now?
Take a guess.
Oh, you can't. You're serious. You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod.
Waste not, wants not. No one else seemed interested in it.
Hey, nephew.
Yes, sir.
What the fuck are you thinking? The Bluebloods will drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity.
Does he have someone in... Is this someone in the Rust?
A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the Youngbloods. I extinguished that, and the old guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a Youngblood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now.
You want to start a civil war? That's on your head. Taking credit for kills you didn't turn. Sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it.
Fake it if you ever want to make it.
It froze for a bit.
Don't worry. The Youngbloods will start seeing some very real casualties soon enough.
Uh-oh.
Don't do this. This is... Do you even have permission from...
Now that's low. You, of all people, threatening to tell Mom? 'Cause I'm taking initiative? 'Cause I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo? Go right ahead. I'm gonna move. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few weeks.
Thanks. But I'm not so old that I can recognize bullshit when I smell it.
That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp.
Besides, I'm not in OC anyway.
You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical.
No.
That sucks. 'Cause I've met all the guys who are in OC, and I don't like any of them.
Sounds like they're doing their jobs then.
Sure.
Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact.
Don't worry about it. You picked up when I called. That's all anyone can ever do. Right?
Bare minimum.
Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner.
I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed.
Damn, you're full of good advice today. Got the fortune cookies afraid for their job security.
I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed.
There it is. The double emphasis. What do you always say? Redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart.
Ooh, some shit is gonna be stirred up soon in the gangs. Damn, looks like things are about to go. Like they're setting up for things to go crazy. Last one, received call. Of course, the last one's always with Emma. Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Well, I just had a loss. But don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story. Well, what I could. It was kind of hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right. If it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. But that's going a bit far. It's more like, so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I've thought about it myself. Thought about running for office. Don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow. They were taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet. In person. We should get dinner. Ooh, wow, she has an online relationship? Yeah, definitely. Sorry, if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There is no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. Oh my god. Well, that's a red flag. Oh my god, that's a red flag as hell. Oh my god. Wow. So much shit preparing for next time. I'll be sure to be there whenever they release case 3. Oh, or 4. Fucking numbering is insane. I hate it when they start with 0. I'm just gonna call it case 4. Oh my god. This game is phenomenal. Deserves way more credit than it gets. Seriously, absolutely fucking fantastic.
And the game that's replacing this will be Mina the Hollower, which is finally fucking coming out. So until next time, I will say, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, good night. You are all the sweetest of hearts.